Sorry, I need to just put on my book. Okay, there we go.
Not reserved to Congress by the Constitution, the states may take up the affair until it is brought before the National Assembly. For instance, Congress has the right of making a general law on bankruptcy, which, however, it neglects to do. Each state is then at liberty to make a law for itself. This point has been established by discussion in the law courts, and may be said to belong more properly to jurisprudence. But as it was foreseen that, in practice, questions might arise as to the exact limits of this exceptional authority, and that it would be dangerous to submit these questions to the decision of the ordinary courts of justice, established in the states by the states themselves, a high federal court was created. The action of this court is indirect, as we shall hereafter show, which was destined, amongst other functions, to maintain the balance of power which had been established by the Constitution between the two rival governments. Author's note: it is thus that the Federalist, number 45, explains the division of supremacy between the Union and the states. The powers delegated by the Constitution to the federal government are few and defined. Those which are to remain in the state governments are numerous and indefinite. The former will be exercised principally on external objects, as war, peace, negotiation, and foreign commerce. The powers reserved to the several states will extend to all the objects which, in the ordinary course of affairs, concern the internal order and prosperity of the state. I shall often have occasion to quote the Federalist in this work. When the bill, which has since become the Constitution of the United States, was submitted to the approval of the people, and the discussions were still pending, three men, who had already acquired a portion of that celebrity which they have since enjoyed, John Jay, Hamilton, and Madison, formed an association with the intention of explaining to the nation the advantages of the measure which was proposed. With this view, they published a series of articles in the shape of a journal, which now form a complete treatise. They entitled their journal The Federalist, a name which has been retained in the work. The Federalist is an excellent book, which ought to be familiar to the statesmen of all countries, although it especially concerns America. Prerogative of the federal government. The external relations of a people may be compared to those of private individuals, and they cannot be advantageously maintained without the agency of a single head of a government. The exclusive right of making peace and war, of concluding treaties of commerce, of raising armies and equipping fleets, was granted to the Union. The necessity of a national government was less imperiously felt in the conduct of the internal policy of society. But there are certain general interests which can only be attended to with advantage by a general authority. The Union was invested with the power of controlling the monetary system, of directing the post office, and of opening the great roads which were to establish a communication between the different parts of the country. Author's note: several other privileges of the same kind exist, such as that which empowers the Union to legislate on bankruptcy, grant patents, and other matters in which its intervention is clearly necessary. The independence of the government of each state was formally recognized in its sphere. Nevertheless, the federal government was authorized to interfere in the internal affairs of the states in a few predetermined cases, in which an indiscreet abuse of their independence might compromise the security of the Union at large. Author's note: even in these cases, its interference is indirect. The Union interferes by means of the tribunals, as will be hereafter shown. Thus, whilst the power of modifying and changing their legislation at pleasure was preserved in all the republics, they were forbidden to enact ex post facto laws, or to create a class of nobles in their community. Lastly, as it was necessary that the federal government should be able to fulfill its engagements, it was endowed with an unlimited power of levying taxes. In examining the balance of power as established by the federal Constitution, in remarking on the one hand the portion of sovereignty which has been reserved to the several states, and on the other the share of power which the Union has assumed, it is evident that the federal legislators entertained the clearest and most accurate notions on the nature of the centralization of government. The United States form not only a republic, but a confederation. Nevertheless, the authority of the nation is more central than it was in several of the monarchies of Europe when the American Constitution was formed. Take, for instance, the two following examples. 13 Supreme Courts of Justice existed in France, which, generally speaking, had the right of interpreting the law without appeal. And those provinces which were styled pays d'etat were authorized to refuse their assent to an impost which had been levied by the sovereign who represented the nation. In the Union, there is but one tribunal to interpret, as there is one legislature to make the laws, and an impost voted by the representatives of the nation is binding upon all the citizens. In these two essential points, therefore, the Union exercises more central authority than the French monarchy possessed, although the Union is only an assemblage of confederate republics. In Spain, certain provinces had the right of establishing a system of custom house duties peculiar to themselves, although that privilege belongs by its very nature to the national sovereignty. In America, the Congress alone had the right of regulating the commercial relations of the states. The government of the Confederation is therefore more centralized in this respect than the Kingdom of Spain. It is true that the power of the crown in France or in Spain was always able to obtain by force whatever the constitution of the country denied, and that the ultimate result was consequently the same. But I am here discussing the theory of the Constitution. Federal powers. After having settled the limits within which the federal government was to act, the next point was to determine the powers which it was to exert. Legislative powers. The plan, which had been laid down beforehand for the constitutions of the several states, was followed in many points in the organization of the powers of the Union. The federal legislature of the Union was composed of a Senate and a House of Representatives. The spirit of conciliation prescribed the observance of distinct principles in the formation of these two assemblies. I have already shown that two contrary interests were opposed to each other in the establishment of the federal constitution. These two interests had given rise to two opinions. It was the wish of one party to convert the Union into a league of independent states, or a sort of Congress, at which the representatives of the several peoples would meet to discuss certain points of their common interests. The other party desired to unite the inhabitants of the American colonies into one sole nation, and to establish a government which should act as the sole representative of the nation, as far as the limited sphere of its authority would permit. The practical consequences of these two theories were exceedingly different. The question was whether a league was to be established instead of a national government, whether the majority of the state, instead of the majority of the inhabitants of the Union, was to give the law, for every state, the small as well as the great, would then remain in the full enjoyment of its independence, and enter the Union upon a footing of perfect equality. If, however, the inhabitants of the United States were to be considered as belonging to one and the same nation, it would be just that the majority of the citizens of the Union should prescribe the law. Of course, the lesser states could not subscribe to the application of this doctrine without, in fact, abdicating their existence in relation to the sovereignty of the Confederation, since they would have passed from the condition of a co-equal with co-legislative authority to that of an insignificant fraction of a great people. But if the former system would have invested them with an excessive authority, the latter would have annulled their influence altogether. Under these circumstances, the result was that the strict rules of logic were evaded, as is usually the case when interests are opposed to arguments. A middle course was hit upon by the legislators, which brought together by force two systems theoretically irreconcilable. The principle of the independence of the states prevailed in the formation of the Senate, and that of the sovereignty of the nation predominated in the composition of the House of Representatives. It was decided that each state would send 2 senators to Congress, and a number of representatives proportioned to its population. Authors note, every 10 years, Congress fixes anew the number of representatives which each state is to furnish. The total number was 69 in 1789 and 240 in 1833. The Constitution decided that there should not be more than 1 representative for every 30,000 persons, but no minimum was fixed on. The Congress has not thought fit to augment the number of representatives in proportion to the increase in population. The first act, which was passed on the subject April 14, 1792, decided that there should be 1 representative for every 33,000 inhabitants. The last act, which was passed in 1832, fixes the proportion at 1 for 48,000. The population represented is composed of all the free men and of 3/5 of the slaves. It resulted from this arrangement that the state of New York has at the present day 40 representatives and only 2 senators. The state of Delaware has 2 senators and only 1 representative. The state of Delaware is therefore equal to the state of New York in the Senate, whilst the latter has 40 times the influence of the former in the House of Representatives. Thus, if the minority of the nation preponderates in the Senate, it may paralyze the decisions of the majority represented in the other house, which is contrary to the spirit of constitutional government. These facts show how rare and how difficult it is rationally and logically to combine all the several parts of legislation. In the course of time, different interests arise, and different principles are sanctioned by the same people. And when a general constitution is to be established, these interests and principles are so many natural obstacles to the rigorous application of any political system with all its consequences. The early stages of national existence are the only periods at which it is possible to maintain the complete logic of legislation. And when we perceive a nation in the enjoyment of this advantage, before we hasten to conclude that it is wise, we should do well to remember that it is young. When the federal constitution was formed, the interests of independence for the separate states and the interest of union for the whole people were the only 2 conflicting interests which existed amongst the Anglo-Americans, and a choice was necessarily made between them. It is, however, just to acknowledge that this part of the Constitution has not hitherto produced those evils which might have been feared. All the states are young and contiguous. Their customs, their ideas, and their exigencies are not dissimilar, and the differences which result from their size or inferiority do not suffice to set their interests at variance. The small states have consequently never been induced to league themselves together in the Senate to oppose the designs of the larger ones. And indeed, there is so irresistible an authority in the legitimate expression of the will of a people that the Senate could offer but a feeble opposition to the vote of the majority of the House of Representatives. It must not be forgotten, on the other hand, that it was not in the power of the American legislators to reduce to a single nation the people for whom they were making laws. The object of the federal Constitution was not to destroy the independence of the states, but to restrain it. By acknowledging the real authority of these secondary communities, and it was impossible to deprive them of it, they disavowed beforehand the habitual use of constraint in enforcing the decisions of the majority. Upon this principle, the introduction of the influence of the states into the mechanism of the federal government was by no means to be wondered at, since it only attested the existence of an acknowledged power, which was to be humored and not forcibly checked. A further difference between the Senate and the House of Representatives. The Senate not only differs from the other house in the principle which it represents, but also in the mode of its election, in the term for which it is chosen, and in the nature of its functions. The House of Representatives is named by the people, the Senate by the legislators of each state. The former is directly elected, the latter is elected by an elected body. The term for which the representatives are chosen is only 2 years, that of the senators is 6. The functions of the House of Representatives are purely legislative, and the only share it takes in the judicial power is in the impeachment of public officers. The Senate cooperates in the work of legislation and tries those political offenses which the House of Representatives submits to its decision. It also acts as the great executive council of the nation. The treaties which are concluded by the President must be ratified by the Senate, and the appointments he may make must be definitely approved by the same body. The executive power. The American legislators undertook a difficult task in attempting to create an executive power dependent on the majority of the people, and nevertheless sufficiently strong to act without restraint in its own sphere. It was indispensable to the maintenance of the Republican form of government that the representative of the executive power should be subject to the will of the nation. The President is an elective magistrate. His honor, his property, his liberty, and his life are the securities which the people has for the temperate use of his power. But in the exercise of his authority, he cannot be said to be perfectly independent. The Senate takes cognizance of his relations with foreign powers, and of the distribution of public appointments, so that he can neither be bribed nor can he employ the means of corruption. The legislators of the Union acknowledged that the executive power would be incompetent to fulfill its task with dignity and utility, unless it enjoyed a greater degree of stability and of strength than had been granted to it in the separate states. The President is chosen for 4 years, and he may be re-elected, so that the chances of a prolonged administration may inspire him with hopeful undertakings for the public good, and with the means of carrying them into execution. The President was made the sole representative of the executive power of the Union, and care was taken not to render his decisions subordinate to the vote of a council, a dangerous measure which tends at the same time to clog the action of the government and to diminish its responsibility. The Senate has the right of annulling certain acts of the President, but it cannot compel him to take any steps, nor does it participate in the exercise of the executive power. The action of the legislature on the executive power may be direct, and we have just shown that the Americans carefully obviated this influence. But it may, on the other hand, be indirect. Public assemblies which have the power of depriving an officer of state of his salary encroach upon his independence, and as they are free to make the laws, it is to be feared lest they should gradually appropriate to themselves a portion of that authority which the Constitution had vested in his hands. This dependence of the executive power is one of the defects inherent in republican constitutions. The Americans have not been able to counteract the tendency which legislative assemblies have to get possession of the government, but they have rendered this propensity less irresistible. The salary of the President is fixed at the time of his entering upon office for the whole period of his magistracy. The President is, moreover, provided with a suspensive veto, which allows him to oppose the passing of such laws as might destroy the portion of independence which the Constitution awards him. The struggle between the President and the legislature must always be an unequal one, since the latter is certain of bearing down all resistance by persevering in its plans. But the suspensive veto forces it at least to reconsider the matter, and if the motion be persisted in, it must then be backed by a majority of 2/3 of the whole House. The veto power is, in fact, a sort of appeal to the people. The executive power, which, without this security, might have been secretly oppressed, adopts this means of pleading its cause and stating its motives. But if the legislature is certain of overpowering all resistance by persevering in its plans, I reply that in the constitutions of all nations, of whatever kind they may be, a certain point exists at which the legislator is obliged to have recourse to the good sense and the virtue of his fellow citizens. This point is more prominent and more discoverable in republics, whilst it is more remote and more carefully concealed in monarchies. But it always exists somewhere. There is no country in the world in which everything can be provided for by the laws, or in which political institutions can prove a substitute for common sense and public morality. Differences between the position of the President of the United States and that of a constitutional king of France. The executive power has so important an influence on the destinies of nations that I am inclined to pause for an instant at this portion of my subject, in order more clearly to explain the part it sustains in America. In order to form an accurate idea of the position of the President of the United States, it may not be irrelevant to compare it to that of one of the constitutional kings of Europe. In this comparison, I shall pay but little attention to the external signs of power, which are more apt to deceive the eye of the observer than to guide his researches. When a monarchy is being gradually transformed into a republic, the executive power retains the titles, the honors, the etiquette, and even the funds of royalty long after its authority has disappeared. The English, after having cut off the head of one king and expelling another from his throne, were accustomed to accost the successor of those princes upon their knees. On the other hand, when a republic falls under the sway of a single individual, the demeanor of the sovereign is simple and unpretending, as if his authority was not yet paramount. When the emperors exercised an unlimited control over the fortunes and the lives of their fellow citizens, it was customary to call them Caesar in conversation, and they were in the habit of supping without formality at their friends' houses. It is therefore necessary to look below the surface. The sovereignty of the United States is shared between the Union and the states, whilst in France it is undivided and compact. Hence arises the first and the most notable difference which exists between the President of the United States and the King of France. In the United States, the executive power is as limited and partial as the sovereignty of the Union in whose name it acts. In France, it is as universal as the authority of the state. The Americans have a federal, and the French a national government. This cause of inferiority results from the nature of things, but it is not the only one. The second in importance is as follows. Sovereignty may be defined to be the right of making laws. In France, the king really exercises a portion of the sovereign power, since the laws have no weight till he has given his assent to them. He is, moreover, the executor of all they ordain. The president is also the executor of the laws, but he does not really cooperate in their formation, since the refusal of his assent does not annul them. He is therefore merely to be considered as the agent of the sovereign power. But not only does the King of France exercise a portion of the sovereign power, he also contributes to the nomination of the legislature, which exercises the other portion. He has the privilege of appointing the members of one chamber and of dissolving the other at his pleasure, whereas the President of the United States has no share in the formation of the legislative body and cannot dissolve any part of it. The king has the same right of bringing forward measures as the chambers, a right which the President does not possess. The king is represented in each assembly by his ministers, who explain his intentions, support his opinions, and maintain the principles of the government. The President and his ministers are alike excluded from Congress, so that his influence and his opinions can only penetrate indirectly into that great body. The King of France is therefore on an equal footing with the legislature, which can no more act without him than he can without it. The President exercises an authority inferior to and depending on that of the legislature. Even in the exercise of the executive power, properly so called, the point upon which his position seems to be the most analogous to that of the King of France, the President labors under several causes of inferiority. The authority of the king in France has, in the first place, the advantage of duration over that of the President, and durability is one of the chief elements of strength. Nothing is either loved or feared but what is likely to endure. The President of the United States is a magistrate elected for 4 years. The king in France is an hereditary sovereign. In the exercise of the executive power, the President of the United States is constantly subject to a jealous scrutiny. He may make, but he cannot conclude, a treaty. He may designate, but he cannot appoint a public officer. Author's note: the Constitution had left it doubtful whether the President was obliged to consult the Senate in the removal as well as in the appointment of federal officers. The Federalist, number 77, seemed to establish the affirmative. But in 1789, Congress formally decided that, as the President was responsible for his actions, he ought not to be forced to employ agents who had forfeited his esteem. The King of France is absolute within the limits of his authority. The President of the United States is responsible for his actions, but the person of the king is declared inviolable by the French Charter. Nevertheless, the supremacy of public opinion is no less above the head of the one than of the other. This power is less definite, less evident, and less sanctioned by the laws in France than in America, but in fact it exists. In America, it acts by elections and decrees. In France, it proceeds by revolutions. But notwithstanding the different constitutions of these two countries, public opinion is the predominant authority in both of them. The fundamental principle of legislation, a principle essentially republican, is the same in both countries, although its consequences may be different and its results more or less extensive. Whence, I am led to conclude that France with its king is nearer akin to a republic than the Union with its president is to a monarchy. In what I have been saying, I have only touched upon the main points of distinction, and if I could have entered into details, the contrast would have been rendered still more striking. I have remarked that the authority of the president in the United States is only exercised within the limits of a partial sovereignty, whilst that of the king in France is undivided. I might have gone on to show that the power of the king's government in France exceeds its natural limits, however extensive they may be, and penetrates in 1,000 different ways into the administration of private interests. Amongst the examples of this influence may be quoted that which results from the great number of public functionaries, who all derive their appointments from the government. This number now exceeds all previous limits. It amounts to 138,000 nominations, each of which may be considered as an element of power. Author's note: the sums annually paid by the state to these officers amount to 200 million francs, or $40 million. The President of the United States has not the exclusive right of making any public appointments, and their whole number scarcely exceeds 12,000. Author's note: this number is extracted from the National Calendar for 1833. The National Calendar is an American almanac which contains the names of all the federal officers. It results from this comparison that the King of France has 11 times as many places at his disposal as the President, although the population of France is not much more than double that of the Union. Accidental causes which may increase the influence of the executive government. If the executive government is feebler in America than in France, the cause is more attributable to the circumstances than to the laws of the country. It is chiefly in its foreign relations that the executive power of a nation is called upon to exert its skill and its vigor. If the existence of the Union were perpetually threatened, and if its chief interests were in daily connection with those of other powerful nations, the executive government would assume an increased importance in proportion to the measures expected of it, and those which it would carry into effect. The President of the United States is the commander-in-chief of the army, but of an army composed of only 6,000 men. He commands the fleet, but the fleet reckons but few sail. He conducts the foreign relations of the Union, but the United States are a nation without neighbors. Separated from the rest of the world by the ocean, and too weak as yet to aim at the dominion of the seas, they have no enemies, and their interests rarely come into contact with those of any other nation of the globe. The practical part of a government must not be judged by the theory of its constitution. The President of the United States is in the possession of almost royal prerogatives, which he has no opportunity of exercising, and those privileges which he can at present use are very circumscribed. The laws allow him to possess a degree of influence which circumstances do not permit him to employ. On the other hand, the great strength of the royal prerogative in France arises from circumstances far more than from the laws. There, the executive government is constantly struggling against prodigious obstacles and exerting all its energies to repress them, so that it increases by the extent of its achievements and by the importance of all the events it controls without modifying its constitution. If the laws had made it as feeble and as circumscribed as it is in the Union, its influence would very soon become still more preponderant. Why the President of the United States does not require the majority of the two houses in order to carry on the government. It is an established axiom in Europe that a constitutional king cannot persevere in a system of government which is opposed by the other two branches of the legislature. But several presidents of the United States have been known to lose the majority in the legislative body without being obliged to abandon the supreme power and without inflicting a serious evil upon society. I have heard this fact quoted as an instance of the independence and the power of the executive government in America. A moment's reflection will convince us, on the contrary, that it is a proof of its extreme weakness. A king in Europe requires the support of the legislature to enable him to perform the duties imposed upon him by the Constitution, because those duties are enormous. A constitutional king in Europe is not merely the executor of the law, but the execution of its provisions devolves so completely upon him that he has the power of paralyzing its influence if it opposes his designs.
Well, hello.
He requires the assistance of the legislative assemblies to
You definitely don't want to sit down after this. I want to sit down right now.
Plant trees in orange towns every place.
Is there a city in this whole fucking place?
It's funny, Collie. We like to
Hey, this
breathe
boy
fresh
keep
air
hair,
instead of
brushing his
smog.
teeth and everything, man.
First, when he gets his hair blown off, pass about the other one a bit, huh? How about that? I don't like beer.
The beers are free in heaven, but they probably got non-alcoholic beer in that bitch.
Fuck me, is everyone bugging this morning?
It's cool that they showing us these dudes using the bathroom, because I know a lot of people are sitting there wondering, how do they use the bathroom?
Yes, word. Oh, I ain't never heard the Bible forbidding the word shit. How about you, Ray? Not me.
Yeah, we don't even got no toilet paper or nothing, so it's like we taking dookies and we not even wiping our booties, bro. Your booty must be itching right now, bro. See, like that boy stink, bro. I'm telling you, he didn't wipe his booty, bro. That boy gotta have an infection. He ain't gonna make it.
Yeah, I know. I wanted to know the old way, so he showed it to me. I know that shit's legal now. Yeah.
Dad, do you mind grabbing the baseball? It's right next to the sewing machine. It's right there.
Oh, you was hoping to go pro?
Dad?
William, what did you do? What did you do? William, what's happening? This baby doesn't need.
Dang, they got walls up around the city.
Sir William Garrity. He's been accused and convicted for high crimes of possession and teaching of banned materials and ideas. Do you pledge allegiance to the state, the system, and the squads?
What?
Still time to be an example for your son. Still time for you to make the honorable choice.
No, sir. I will pledge no such allegiance.
It's crazy how, damn, man, they did not hold back in this movie. It's crazy how we just ended up like this.
How? Ray, you can't wish.
But I have a wish that will give me the ability to do it once I'm the winner, once I'm close enough to.
What?
Your wish is to kill him?
I'm gonna wish for the carbine.
The gun?
To my dad was the last true good person on this planet. I swear to fucking God.
Man, you don't know that.
He chose to leave you. How's that good? You know what else is beautiful? Us. Because we're real friends, oh.
Bro, what is up with you, bro? I guess he's trying to keep his head in the game, man. Keep him motivated, you know? Have him fight for something more valuable than what he has in his head. Because what he has in his head is weak.
What about your mom?
Oh, don't fucking bring up my mom, Pete.
What about your mom? Does she know?
No, she doesn't.
Look harder. See that? That's a family, and they love each other. We can't get mad at them for being conditioned to think that this is okay.
I get what he's saying.
Which means nothing if you don't believe in that family over there. If you don't believe their work being safe, you may as well sit down right now and let them riddle you with bullets. Because vengeance, Ray, vengeance is not enough.
Exactly, that's what I was just saying. It only can get you so far, bro. Why do you think Professor X taught Magneto the difference between rage and serenity? Oh, man, I thought it was the Asian kid.
Help me!
That boy probably eating pubes.
I watched that one.
Well, he can't be butt naked, because I was about to get naked. These pants are ridiculous. Oh, he going delusional.
Jesus, I want to go home.
Oh my God, no. He's about to go delusional too.
I don't know why I bother talking to you, man. It's like talking to fucking smoke.
Wholesome's exhausted. He's
fault.
Guys gotta have a couple buddies, man. That's what my daddy always used to say. Fuck! Fuck! Oh,
That sounded kind of gay.
you know, it doesn't have to be like this, but fuck! Fuck, man.
Hey,
Can't fucking stop it, man.
hey, you okay?
You just say? I mean to kill that kid, man. I didn't fucking mean it.
Whoa, what are you talking about? Oh, you talking about from the beginning. Yeah, he definitely got some mental illness, bro. Since that dude got butt naked, it let me know I can take my pants off. So this is probably gonna be one of the only times y'all gonna see me in my drawers.
Oh, fuck, man. I gotta go, man.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Fuck, man.
Dang, that guilt is killing him.
Keep walking, man. Don't stop.
Warning, number 5.
Don't stop. I'll be with you, horse, forever now.
He didn't give them the satisfaction, bro. I respect that shit. I respect that. Them horses like, God damn, man, that boy crazy, man. I didn't want to see this. He's like, man, you got me up watching this mess. My bad, bro. I thought it was gonna be like last year. Dang, that shit leaking.
In a cavern, in a canyon, excavating for a mine.
Come on, I gotta keep going. I gotta keep going. I gotta keep going. They over singing some cracked out songs and shit. You got your head in the game, bro. I know that song has to have some meaning though. I understand that dude's wife name was Clementine, so
This is your home state. You're the only one who gets to see family.
I don't know. I think maybe it might make it worse.
What are you butting in for?
you're right about that. Because if they got to see him die person, that's crazy. Yeah, and also seeing him there might have him want to talk to him and all that and slow down. Oh, they got this song playing. Damn it. Oh,
Get
shit.
rid of them both, Daddy. Or else some nails will start poking through.
Breaking your ankle. Damn, man, we should have had some backup shoes. Oh, his feet bleeding already. See, looking for your family. Hopefully she doesn't get shot trying to walk up onto the path. Shoot him in front of his mama, Major! Damn, she legit put on a performance in this movie. It's too late now, bro, man. All you gotta do is think about the finish line, bro. Even though you ain't gonna cross that bitch, I am.
I mean, kids sort of like me. No parents. Well, parents didn't give a fuck. Until one day I picked a fight with the wrong guy. Yeah. Have a look at that. See that?
What about the cut on your face? Was that from him too? This boy giving a good performance, especially right here. This boy is legit invisible, like he's the character right here.
You do find the light, Pete. You do. I don't have that in me, though. I would have been fucking dead if it wasn't for
You
you.
think this shit is easy?
Exactly, bro. And like, I wonder how Keke Palmer keeps that energy up, bro. I like the voice he's going with right here. I wonder if he actually talks like this, or I my God, I'm about to start cramping. Oh my God. Damn, man. These people going out bad.
Hey, my nose. My nose. My nose won't stop bleeding.
Oh, shit.
No, it's not that bad.
It's an internal hemorrhage. Pretty common. You look like you got a handlebar mustache, bro. Man, we almost to the finish line, bro. Is he about to die while he's walking?
Just keep walking a little longer, okay? No, okay. Okay. Please. I'm sorry. I'm going home. Don't apologize.
This boy about to die like the dude from Forrest Gump.
You know what? Need for me some friends. That's goddamn right. Hey, all right?
Yeah, we gonna meet you in Valhalla, bro.
You get this to my grandma? She'll make it. Of course.
Nah, the boy going out like a G, man. This is sad, bro. We right there towards the end, man.
Just a little longer, right? No. A little longer. Fucking cat, man.
Damn, this is one sad shot.
You know what I want more than anything? What, the orange shoes.
Man, this is too much, bro. This is too much, man. Seeing these people die like this, this is way too much.
What would happen if we slowed at the exact same time, huh? There's no way any three humans can measure exactness like these instruments that have it down to a science. How the fuck do you know so much about the long walk anyway? The Major's my father.
Damn!
He's got dozens of us.
What?
I was gonna ask to be taken into my father's home.
This is tragic, man. That boy just living like he in a cult or something. No wonder he only talked to him.
Just keep walking, okay? I'm glad it's you too. Nice walking with these Devons. An honor. 50% chance now, Pete. Fucking do it!
This movie legit comes after your sanity, man. This comes after your heart. Seeing all these people legit, like I said, deteriorate and then die in front of your very eyes. All these people legit have this certain type of confidence, and then to see them waver and legit beg for death or beg for their mama or something, it's so sad.
Yeah, you're right, Pete. This moment matters. Every moment matters.
And these sick freaks legit enjoying this, bro. That's the hardest part about all this. They be enjoying this. Bro, I feel my legs cramping, bro. My legs about to make a wishbone shake, both of them. What are you looking at him for, bro? You look like you're slowing down. Whoa! No!
We're gonna do this for your mom. Get up. This is for your mom. Get off me, Ray. Come on.
No, man. You've been helping me this whole time.
Okay.
Yo! Oh, shit! Damn! They both about to lose. Yes! I won!
Can't see it. But you can. That's why I love you. Up to you, Mr. Garrity.
Damn, you better stand up like your dad did, bro. And they just cheering. So that's what that shot was. I wonder if you still see that bright light, man, after seeing somebody you love die.
Stinky. My dog farted again.
Dang, now that boy got vengeance in his heart.
The whole nation's watching, son. What you wish?
Maybe the vengeance was the light.
I want a car bomb.
Damn. that was the right thing to do. But at the same time, they're just gonna replace him with somebody else, and that person probably gonna be even more ruthless than he was. Dang, that's the end of the movie? What happened? Where did everybody go? It got super quiet and everybody was gone. Like, did he get killed right after he killed a dude or something? Or
What are you gonna take away from a victory like today?
I walked 6 miles. I won the long walk. But at what cost? All these people
I
died.
believe you. Thank you so much.
That was a really good movie. I understand a lot of y'all probably gonna feel like I wasn't fully paying attention because of me walking and stuff. I was really immersed into this movie. It's crazy to even write it.
Okay, new Silent Hill. I haven't seen any of the reviews or anything, so I hope it's good. What is this? Oh, there's only story or hard. Oh, this is traditional Silent Hill difficulty. Nice. Oh, it came with skins. Let's do this. Junko. That's an interesting name. I don't think I've ever heard that name before, outside of like Jinxie. It's Junko. Am I a fucking idiot? Did those subtitles not just say Junko? It's just pronounced Junko. Oh, gotcha. Silent Hill. Man, it's so bright with the lights off. Holy. This is why I don't like turning the lights off. I've already got a headache. Like before even streaming. I feel about the Lions beating the Ravens. That's cool. She's 100% gonna die. Yeah, I can already tell. This is set up so the parents are gonna be dead by the time we get back. Very pretty looking game though. Holy. Any of my friends here? Hello? Hold on. Let me turn off motion blur. Was it set to 30? Wait, what? I didn't see it. Oh, you're right. It is. Why did it default to 30 FPS? I'm so Left 4 Dead, or not Left 4 Dead, Dying Light brained. I was about to start trying to climb that. They've already been taken to Silent Hill. Oh, this was in one of the trailers, I think.
絶対に呪いよ。あんなひどい言い方あるわけないもの。私なら絶対に言う。そんな言え。またお前が何とやらない。
You play Sonic racing game? Probably not.
サクコ、どこ行くの？こっち通るの珍しいね。車が道を塞いでてさ。千鶴や？今は誰かと喋りたくて。私も後から行くね。うん。じゃあね。裏切り者。
Why do you keep calling me a traitor? I can hear you. Secret item. Check this out. Never mind. Hello. What? Say it.
お前こそなんか言うことはないのかよ。
相棒にないんだったら私にだってない。
お前らしいや。
What is that? A pack of cigarettes?
お前らしくないぜ。お前が自分で選んだ道なら俺はいつまでも応援するからな。
シュウ君、お待たせ。ひな子もいたんだ。レンコ、何の話をしてたの？
We're about to smoke this pack of cigarettes.
いや、大した話は。誰かとおしゃべりしたい気持ちだったんだって。気が紛れて。それはよかった。お役に立てて光栄の極み。会えると分かってたら借りてた雑誌持ってくればよかった。ああ、貸したままでいいよ。インコに貸した時点で戻ってくると思ってないし。んだとパンチクショー。笑いすぎだよ。サクコだってひな子から何か借りてるんじゃないの？私なんかあったかな。ねえひな子、じゃあ私が借りてる500円も返さなくていいよね。サクコ利子つけて返すとか言ってなかった？言ってないよ。証文あんなら出してみろ。いいこと聞いた。これからはサクコに貸すとき消しゴムであっても証文書かせるから。そんな意地悪言わないでよ。
That reminds me of in Metal Gear Delta when I was going down the river. The fog's coming in, reminding us of all the people we've killed. Get ready.
キノコ？あ、ごめん。何？裏切りも。
Oh shit. Oh my god. What just happened? Silent Hill it's changing. The fog monster. We gotta get the fuck out of here. What's the fear of holes? Or not the fear of holes. Like things with holes in them? Trypophobia? Trypophobia or whatever? It's a super common one, getting like really, oh god. Getting really uneasy about that kind of shit. Let go of me! Alright, we escaped. I was wrong. Do I go that way? Yeah, I do. I'm cooked now. Fog monster got me. That's on me. I thought it was trying to force me back the other way or something. Thanks for the ladder, Junko. I was cooked without it. Hey partner, these painkillers should work best for you. They not only take care of your headaches, but also pain from injuries. I see. She's projecting Silent Hill onto everyone here. My prediction, it's gonna be kind of similar to like Silent Hill, the first one, where she like projects everyone's worst nightmares and makes them a reality. Lock it in. That's my prediction. Nothing up here? Ah, here we go. It's probably Shu, I'm sure. Wow. Not the Hank Hill ass. Anything but that. I feel like there's going to be something over there. But at most, it's probably just a band-aid. She's coming. Oh, I thought that was something to collect. Can I go up this? I cannot. Oh, shit. You think she sees me? She's kind of busting it wide open up there. I don't think she sees me. Anything else to pick up? No. So I need to get all the way back over there, huh? I don't think there's anything else on this side. I think I collected everything, so now we just gotta go back. Excuse me. I imagine that's her father. Excuse me. expect that. That was a crazy lunge. Oh, I see, there's two. Either that or she can teleport. Can't really tell. It's that way. I need to go up that right here. I don't think there's anything else missing. Come on. Huge. Getting a lot of Yokon. Big. Was there anything locked besides this door? Oh, even that door is not locked anymore. What a dodge. Clutch. Oh, I still took damage? Here's tier 1 Yaru. I bet there's a secret over here. Oh, So I can offer items in exchange for faith. I can get 30 faith per Yokon. 300 for that calm. Holy. Alright, let's rip it. Draw a random Omamori. Rip it. This one seems very good. Why did it just go back to my keyboard? Why does that keep happening? Oh, this was from pre-ordering. Okay. Max Salmon, I think, is just going to be so good.
Make the law, but those assemblies stand in need of his aid to execute it. These two authorities cannot subsist without each other, and the mechanism of government is stopped as soon as they are at variance. In America, the president cannot prevent any law from being passed, nor can he evade the obligation of enforcing it. His sincere and zealous cooperation is no doubt useful, but it is not indispensable in the carrying on of public affairs. All his important acts are directly or indirectly submitted to the legislature, and of his own free authority, he can do but little. It is therefore his weakness, and not his power, which enables him to remain in opposition to Congress. In Europe, harmony must reign between the Crown and the other branches of the legislature, because a collision between them may prove serious. In America, this harmony is not indispensable, because such a collision is impossible. Election of the President. The dangers of the system of election applied to the head of the executive government of a great people have been sufficiently exemplified by experience and by history. The remarks I am about to make refer to America alone. These dangers may be more or less formidable in proportion to the place which the executive power occupies and to the importance it possesses in the state, and they may vary according to the mode of election and the circumstances in which the electors are placed. The most weighty argument against the election of a chief magistrate is that it offers so splendid a lure to private ambition and is so apt to inflame men in the pursuit of power that when legitimate means are wanting, force may not unfrequently seize what right denied. It is clear that the greater the privileges of the executive authority are, the greater is the temptation. The more the ambition of the candidates is excited, the more warmly are the interests espoused by a throng of partisans who hope to share the power when their patron has won the prize. The dangers of the elective system increase, therefore, in the exact ratio of the influence exercised by the executive power in the affairs of state. The revolutions of Poland were not solely attributable to the elective system in general, but to the fact that the elected monarch was the sovereign of a powerful kingdom. Before we can discuss the absolute advantages of the elective system, we must make preliminary inquiries as to whether the geographical position, the laws, the habits, the manners, and the opinions of the people amongst whom it is to be introduced will admit of the establishment of a weak and dependent executive government. For to attempt to render the representative of the state a powerful sovereign, and at the same time elective, is, in my opinion, to entertain two incompatible designs. To reduce hereditary royalty to the condition of an elective authority, the only means that I am acquainted with are to circumscribe its sphere of action beforehand, gradually to diminish its prerogatives, and to accustom the people to live without its protection. Nothing, however, is further from the designs of the Republicans of Europe than this course, as many of them owe their hatred of tyranny to the sufferings which they have personally undergone. It is oppression, and not the extent of the executive power, which excites their hostility, and they attack the former without perceiving how nearly it is connected with the latter. Hitherto, no citizen has shown any disposition to expose his honor and his life in order to become the President of the United States, because the power of that office is temporary, limited, and subordinate. The prize of fortune must be great to encourage adventurers in so desperate a game. No candidate has as yet been able to arouse the dangerous enthusiasm or the passionate sympathies of the people in his favor, for the very simple reason that when he is at the head of the government, he has but little power, but little wealth, and with little glory to share amongst his friends. And his influence in the state is too small for the success or the ruin of a faction to depend upon the elevation of an individual to power. The great advantage of hereditary monarchies is that as the private interest of a family is always intimately connected with the interests of the state, the executive government is never suspended for a single instant. And if the affairs of a monarchy are not better conducted than those of a republic, at least there is always someone to conduct them, well or ill, according to his capacity. In elective states, on the contrary, the wheels of government cease to act, as it were, of their own accord at the approach of an election, and even for some time previous to that event. The laws may indeed accelerate the operation of the election, which may be conducted with such simplicity and rapidity that the seat of power will never be left vacant. But, notwithstanding these precautions, a break necessarily occurs in the minds of the people. At the approach of an election, the head of the executive government is wholly occupied by the coming struggle. His future plans are doubtful. He can undertake nothing new, and then he will only prosecute with indifference those designs which another will perhaps terminate. I am so near the time of my retirement from office, said President Jefferson on the 21st of January, 1809, 6 weeks before the election, that I feel no passion, I take no part, I express no sentiment. It appears to me just to leave to my successor the commencement of those measures which he will have to prosecute, and for which he will be responsible. On the other hand, the eyes of the nation are centered on a single point. All are watching the gradual birth of so important an event. The wider the influence of the executive power extends, the greater and the more necessary is its constant action, the more fatal is the term of suspense. And the nation which is accustomed to the government, or still more, one used to the administrative protection of a powerful executive authority, would be infallibly convulsed by an election of this kind. In the United States, the action of the government may be slackened with impunity, because it is always weak and circumscribed. One of the principal vices of the elective system is that it always introduces a certain degree of instability to the internal and external policy of the state. But this disadvantage is less sensibly felt if the share of power vested in the elected magistrate is small. In Rome, the principles of the government underwent no variation, although the consuls were changed every year because the Senate, which was an hereditary assembly, possessed the directing authority. If the elective system were adopted in Europe, the condition of most of the monarchical states would be changed at every new election. In America, the president exercises a certain influence on state affairs, but he does not conduct them. The preponderating power is vested in the representatives of the whole nation. The political maxims of the country depend, therefore, on the mass of the people, not on the president alone. And consequently, in America, the elective system has no very prejudicial influence on the fixed principles of the government. But the want of fixed principles is an evil so inherent in the elective system that it is still extremely perceptible in the narrow sphere to which the authority of the president extends. The Americans have admitted that the head of the executive power, who has to bear the whole responsibility of the duties he is called upon to fulfill, ought to be empowered to choose his own agents, and to remove them at pleasure. The legislative bodies watch the conduct of the president more than they direct it. The consequence of this arrangement is that at every new election, the fate of all federal public officers is in suspense. Mr. Quincy Adams, in his entry into office, discharged the majority of the individuals who had been appointed by his predecessor, and I am not aware that General Jackson allowed a single removable functionary employed in the federal service to retain his place beyond the first year which succeeded his election. It is sometimes made a subject of complaint that in the constitutional monarchies of Europe, the fate of the humbler servants of an administration depends on that of the ministers. But in elective governments, this evil is far greater. In a constitutional monarchy, successive ministries are rapidly formed. But as the principal representative of the executive power does not change, the spirit of innovation is kept within bounds. The changes which take place are in the details rather than in the principles of the administrative system. But to substitute one system for another, as is done in America every 4 years by law, is to cause a sort of revolution. As to the misfortunes which may fall upon individuals in consequence of this state of things, it must be allowed that the uncertain situation of the public officers is less fraught with evil consequences in America than elsewhere. It is so easy to acquire an independent position in the United States that the public officer who loses his place may be deprived of the comforts of life, but not of the means of subsistence. I remarked at the beginning of this chapter that the dangers of the elective system applied to the head of the state are augmented or decreased by the peculiar circumstances of the people which adopts it. However the functions of the executive power may be restricted, it must always exercise a great influence upon the foreign policy of the country, where a negotiation cannot be opened or successfully carried on otherwise than by a single agent. The more precarious and the more perilous the position of a people becomes, the more absolute is the want of a fixed and consistent external policy, and the more dangerous does the elective system of the chief magistrate become. The policy of the Americans in relation to the whole world is exceedingly simple, for it may almost be said that no country stands in need of them, nor do they require the cooperation of any other people. Their independence is never threatened. In their present condition, therefore, the functions of the executive power are no less limited by circumstances than by the laws, and the president may frequently change his line of policy without involving the state in difficulty or destruction. Whatever the prerogatives of the executive power may be, the period which immediately precedes an election and the moment of its duration must always be considered as a national crisis, which is perilous in proportion to the internal embarrassments and the external dangers of the country. Few of the nations of Europe could escape the calamities of anarchy or of conquest every time they might have to elect a new sovereign. In America, society is so constituted that it can stand without assistance upon its own basis. Nothing is to be feared from the pressure of external dangers, and the election of the president is a cause of agitation, but not of ruin. Mode of election. Besides the dangers which are inherent in the system, many other difficulties may arise from the mode of election, which may be obviated by the precaution of the legislator. When a people met in arms on some public spot to choose its head, it was exposed to all the chances of civil war resulting from so martial a mode of proceeding, besides the dangers of the elective system in itself. The Polish laws, which subjected the election of the sovereign to the veto of a single individual, suggested the murder of that individual or prepared the way to anarchy. In the examination of the institutions and the political as well as social condition of the United States, we are struck by the admirable harmony of the gifts of fortune and the efforts of man. The nation possessed two of the main causes of internal peace. It was a new country, but it was inhabited by a people grown old in the exercise of freedom. America had no hostile neighbors to dread, and the American legislators, profiting by these favorable circumstances, created a weak and subordinate executive power which could, without danger, be made elective.
I'm gonna get a drink, get some tea, maybe a snack. I'm not sure what I would snack on it. I'll figure it out.
I'm coming, I just found a pipe, don't worry. Oh, that just instantly stunned. Huge. Huh. Oh, I see. Sanity depletes when you use focus. I want to see a counterattack. Okay. I wonder. No. What's my durability looking like here? Durability is high. That's good. I don't know. That was the first bout of combat. Seems fine so far. No, I did not hear about that Dallas shit. Uh-oh. Watch.
Don't you dare look at me that way.
looks like a boss fight. Check for a pulse. It's kind of rude to her parents. I did not see that chance. And that promise was to beat a lot of ass. Oh, I thought I was gonna get. Oh shit, that's bad. Why am I not lunging at her anymore? On my heavies. We traded blows. Made it out. Or not. We did it. We killed Silent Hill.
It's a lot.
That's a dead rat. Yeah, these are all little dead creatures. Oh, I wasn't even looking at the things there. It goes by the leaves. I was too focused on the note, so I think that goes there. I'm trying to match the this right here to the flowers. That goes here.
Hana.
That's here. Like that. No. Oh, I got this one backwards. These two swoops. These two swap, I think. No? That one's definitely right. That one's kind of... Oh, wait. I think this one goes here. And then these two swap. No? Did I have... Was this one right the first time over there on the right? The rat's definitely right. Leaves to leaves. Oh, this one's wrong.
It then remained for them to choose the least dangerous of the various modes of election, and the rules which they laid down upon this point admirably correspond to the securities which the physical and political constitution of the country already afforded. Their object was to find the mode of election which would best express the choice of the people with the least possible excitement and suspense. It was admitted in the first place that the simple majority should be decisive, but the difficulty was to obtain this majority without an interval of delay which it was most important to avoid. It rarely happens that an individual can at once collect the majority of the suffrages of a great people. And this difficulty is enhanced in a republic of confederate states where local influences are apt to preponderate. The means by which it was proposed to obviate this second obstacle was to delegate the electoral powers of the nation to a body of representatives. This
friend. He gave us a nice lantern. You need me to beat something with a pipe? Is that why you're helping me?
Mode of election rendered a majority more probable.
Should I
Where the fewer the
be
electors are,
remembering
the
these?
greater
I
is the
wonder.
chance of
Oh,
their coming to a final
memory
decision.
game.
It also offered
My
an additional
controller just
probability of a
disconnected.
judicious choice. It then remained to be decided whether this right of election was to be entrusted to a legislative body, the habitual representative assembly of the nation, or whether an electoral assembly should be formed for the express purpose of proceeding to the nomination of a president. The Americans chose the latter alternative, from a belief that the individuals who were returned to make the laws were incompetent to represent the wishes of the nation in the election of its chief magistrate, and that, as they are chosen for more than a year, the constituency they represent might have changed its opinion in that time. It was thought that if the legislature was empowered to elect the head of the executive power, its members would, for some time before the election, be exposed to the maneuvers of corruption and the tricks of intrigue, whereas the special electors would, like a jury, remain mixed up with the crowd till the day of action, when they would appear for the sole purpose of giving their votes. It was therefore established that every state should name a certain number of electors. Authors note, as many as it sends members to Congress. The number of electors at the election of 1833 was 288. The electors in their turn should elect.
Pretty fucked up dog. He locked me out. Dirty bastard. Hey, more Yokon. Let me offer these. Now I can pick up the other Yokon. See? Big brain. Oh my god, my controller. Holy cannoli. Jesus. Why? Oh, I didn't even do anything and it's back. Game's lighting is incredible. The visuals are amazing. Ah, it is back here, so I did need to remember them. This wasn't on either of the ones that I turned over, so I can't know it. Imagine how clutch it would have been though if I did. Oh, it's that doll again.
なんでここに
No, the game's they got the early access. Comes out in 3 days, but the early access started today. Man, the monster design is very cool. Oh, I don't have a weapon. Unlucky. That's the visual counter. That's like boost to your puzzles, go to your journal. That's what I just read a second ago. So here's the thing. That's what's on the door. That's very sweet. Thanks, Uli. So it wasn't either of those two. Let's see if it's this one. I'm looking for kudzu. So that was different. I think it's just the order? Or is this just like the wrong one? Because all of these are interactable. There's an enemy here. Somewhere. The clue is about a tree leading to the kudzu spirit of prosperity, but I don't know what like animal that
observed that the assemblies to which the choice of a chief magistrate had been entrusted in elective countries inevitably became the centers of passion and of cabal, that they sometimes usurped an authority which did not belong to them, and that their proceedings, or the uncertainty which resulted from them, were sometimes prolonged so much as to endanger the welfare of the state. It was determined that the electors should all vote upon the same day, without being convoked to the same place. Author's note: the electors of the same state assemble, but they transmit to the central government the list of their individual votes, and not the mere result of the vote of the majority. This double election rendered a majority probable, though not certain, for it was possible that as many differences might exist between the electors as between their constituents. In this case, it was necessary to have recourse to one of three measures: either to appoint new electors, or to consult a second time those already appointed, or to defer the election to another authority. The first two of these alternatives, independently of the uncertainty of their results, were likely to delay the final decision and to perpetuate an agitation which must always be accompanied with danger. The third expedient was therefore adopted, and it was agreed that the votes should be transmitted sealed to the President of the Senate, and that they should be opened and counted in the presence of the Senate and the House of Representatives. If none of the candidates has a majority, the House of Representatives then proceeds immediately to elect a president, but with the condition that it must fix upon one of the three candidates who have the highest numbers. Author's note: in this case, it is the majority of the states and not the majority of the members which decides the question, so that New York has not more influence in the debate than Rhode Island. Thus, the citizens of the Union are first consulted as members of one and the same community, and if they cannot agree, recourse is had to the division of the states, each of which has a separate and independent vote. This is one of the singularities of the federal Constitution, which can only be explained by the jar of conflicting interests. Thus, it is only in case of an event which cannot often happen, and which can never be foreseen, that the election is entrusted to the ordinary representatives of the nation. And even then, they are obliged to choose a citizen who has already been designated by a powerful minority with the special electors. It is by this happy expedient that the respect which is due to the popular voice is combined with the utmost celerity of execution, and those precautions which the peace of the country demands. But the decision of the question by the House of Representatives does not necessarily offer an immediate solution of the difficulty, for the majority of that assembly may still be doubtful, and in this case the Constitution prescribes no remedy. Nevertheless, by restricting the number of candidates to 3, and by referring the matter to the judgment of an enlightened public body, it has smoothed all the obstacles which are not inherent in the elective system. Author's note: Jefferson, in 1801, was not elected until the 36th time of balloting. In the 44 years which have elapsed since the promulgation of the federal Constitution, the United States have 12 times chosen a president. 10 of these elections took place simultaneously by the votes of the special electors in the different states. The House of Representatives has only twice exercised its conditional privilege of deciding in cases of uncertainty. The first time was the election of Mr. Jefferson in 1801. The second was in 1825, when Mr. Quincy Adams was named. Crises of the election. I have shown what the circumstances are which favored the adoption of the elective system in the United States, and what precautions were taken by the legislators to obviate its dangers. The Americans are habitually accustomed to all kinds of elections, and they know by experience the utmost degree of excitement which is compatible with security. The vast extent of the country and the dissemination of the inhabitants render a collision between parties less probable and less dangerous there than elsewhere. The political circumstances under which the elections have hitherto been carried on have presented no real embarrassments to the nation. Nevertheless, the epoch of the election of a president of the United States may be considered as a crisis in the affairs of the nation. The influence which he exercises on public business is no doubt feeble and indirect, but the choice of the president, which is of small importance to each individual citizen, concerns the citizens collectively, and however trifling an interest may be, it assumes a great degree of importance as soon as it becomes general. The president possesses but few means of rewarding his supporters in comparison to the kings of Europe, but the places which are at his disposal are sufficiently numerous to interest, directly or indirectly, several thousand electors in his success. Political parties in the United States are led to rally round an individual, in order to acquire a more tangible shape in the eyes of the crowd, and the name of the candidate for the presidency is put forward as the symbol and personification of their theories. For these reasons, parties are strongly interested in gaining the election, not so much with a view to the triumph of their principles under the auspices of the president-elect, as to show by the majority which returned him the strength of the supporters of those principles. For a long while, before the appointed time is at hand, the election becomes the most important and the all-engrossing topic of discussion. The ardor of faction is redoubled, and all the artificial artificial passions which the imagination can create in the bosom of a happy and peaceful land are agitated and brought to light. The president, on the other hand, is absorbed by the cares of self-defense. He no longer governs for the interest of the state, but for that of his re-election. He does homage to the majority, and instead of checking its passions, as his duty commands him to do, he frequently courts its worst caprices. As the election draws near, the activity of intrigue and the agitation of the populace increase. The citizens are divided into hostile camps, each of which assumes the name of its favorite candidate. The whole nation glows with feverish excitement. The election is the daily theme of the public papers, the subject of private conversation, the end of every thought and every action, the sole interest of the present. As soon as the choice is determined, this ardor is dispelled, and as a calmer season returns, the current of the state, which had nearly broken its banks, sinks to its usual level. But who can refrain from astonishment at the causes of the storm? Re-election of the president. It may be asked whether the legislators of the United States did right or wrong in allowing the re-election of the president. It seems at first sight contrary to all reason to prevent the head of the executive power from being elected a second time. The influence which the talents and the character of a single individual may exercise upon the fate of a whole people, in critical circumstances or arduous times, is well known. A law preventing the re-election of the chief magistrate would deprive the citizens of the surest pledge of the prosperity and the security of the Commonwealth. And, by a singular inconsistency, a man would be excluded from the government at the very time when he had shown his ability in conducting its affairs. But if these arguments are strong, perhaps still more powerful reasons may be advanced against them. Intrigue and corruption are the natural defects of elective government. But when the head of the state can be re-elected, these evils rise to a great height and compromise the very existence of the country. When a simple candidate seeks to rise by intrigue, his maneuvers must necessarily be limited to a narrow sphere. But when the chief magistrate enters the lists, he borrows the strength of the government for his own purposes. In the former case, the feeble resources of an individual are in action. In the latter, the state itself, with all its immense influence, is busied in the work of corruption and cabal. The private citizen, who employs the most immoral practices to acquire power, can only act in a manner indirectly prejudicial to the public prosperity. But if the representative of the executive descends into the combat, the cares of government dwindle into second-rate importance, and the success of his election is his first concern. All laws and the negotiations he undertakes are to him nothing more than electioneering schemes. Places become the reward of services rendered, not to the nation, but to its chief. And the influence of the government, if not injurious to the country, is at least no longer beneficial to the community for which it was created. It is impossible to consider the ordinary course of affairs in the United States without perceiving that the desire of being re-elected is the chief aim of the president. That his whole administration and even his most indifferent measures tend to this object, and that, as the crisis approaches, his personal interests take the place of his interest in the public good. The principle of re-eligibility renders the corrupt influence of elective government still more extensive and pernicious. In America, it exercises a peculiarly fatal influence on the sources of national existence. Every government seems to be afflicted by some evil which is inherent in its nature, and the genius of the legislator is shown in eluding its attacks. A state may survive the influence of a host of bad laws, and the mischief they cause is frequently exaggerated. But a law which encourages the growth of the canker within must prove fatal in the end, although its bad consequences may not be immediately perceived. The principle of destruction in absolute monarchies lies in the excessive and unreasonable extension of the prerogative of the crown. A measure tending to remove the constitutional provisions which counterbalance this influence is radically bad, even if its immediate consequences were unattended with evil. By a parity of reasoning,
The cat or the bird, but it's neither. Maybe it's this. It's a snake.
You got it!
It's not that. Okay. So they hid an omamori that I might really want. They hid it behind an Ima. There it is. Greatly decrease the damage taken while dodging. Okay. I don't know if that's better than the one I have of just max stamina. Did you see me? Looks like it. That's unlucky. Oh wait, let me check my durability. How do you see a weapon's durability? Is it just like a gut feeling kind of thing? Bottom left. Let me see. There is literally nothing on the bottom left. It's the little yellow moon crest next to your health. Okay.
In countries governed by a democracy, where the people is perpetually drawing all authority to itself, the laws which increase or accelerate its action are the direct assailants of the very principle of the government. The greatest proof of the ability of the American legislators is that they clearly discerned this truth and that they had the courage to act upon it. They conceived that a certain authority above the body of the people was necessary, which should enjoy a degree of independence, without, however, being entirely beyond the popular control. An authority which would be forced to comply with the permanent determinations of the majority, but which would be able to resist its caprices and to refuse its most dangerous demands. To this end, they centered the whole executive power of the nation in a single arm. They granted extensive prerogatives to the president, and they armed him with the veto to resist the encroachments of the legislature. But by introducing the principle of re-election, they partly destroyed their work, and they rendered the president but little inclined to exert the great power they had vested in his hands. If ineligible a second time, the president would be far from independent of the people, for his responsibility would not be lessened. But the favor of the people would not be so necessary to him as to induce him to court it by humoring its desires. If re-eligible, and this is more especially true at the present day when anticipate its wishes, he forestalls its complaints, he yields to its idlest cravings, and instead of guiding it as the legislature intended that he should do, he is ever ready to follow its bidding. Thus, in order not to deprive the state of the talents of an individual, those talents have been rendered almost useless. And to reserve an expedient for extraordinary perils, the country has been exposed to daily dangers. Federal courts. I have inquired into the legislative and executive power of the Union, and the judicial power now remains to be examined. But in this place I cannot conceal my fears from the listener. Their judicial institutions exercise a great influence on the condition of the Anglo-Americans, and they occupy a prominent place amongst what are probably called political institutions. In this respect, they are peculiarly deserving of our attention. But I am at a loss to explain the political action of the American tribunals without entering into some technical details of their constitution and their forms of proceeding. And I know not how to descend to these minutiae without wearying the curiosity of the listener by the natural aridity of the subject, or without risking to fall into obscurity through a desire to be succinct. I can scarcely hope to escape these various evils, or if I appear too lengthy to a man of the world, a lawyer may on the other hand complain of my brevity. But these are the natural disadvantages of my subject, and more especially of the point which I am about to discuss. The great difficulty was not to devise the Constitution to the federal government, but to find out a method of enforcing its laws. Governments have in general but two means of overcoming the opposition of the people they govern, namely, the physical force which is at their own disposal, and the moral force which they derive from the decisions of the courts of justice. A government which should have no other means of exacting obedience than open war must be very near its ruin, or one of two alternatives would then probably occur. If its authority was small and its character temperate, it would not resort to violence till the last extremity, and it would connive at a number of partial acts of insubordination, in which case the state would gradually fall into anarchy. If it was enterprising and powerful, it would perpetually have recourse to its physical strength, and would speedily degenerate into a military despotism, so that its activity would not be less prejudicial to the community than its inaction. The great end of justice is to substitute the notion of right for that of violence, and to place a legal barrier between the power of the government and the use of physical force. The authority which is awarded to the intervention of a court of justice by the general opinion of mankind is so surprisingly great that it clings to the mere formalities of justice and gives a bodily influence to the shadow of the law. The moral force which courts of justice possess renders the introduction of physical force exceedingly rare, and is very frequently substituted for it. But if the latter proves to be indispensable, its power is doubled by the association of the idea of law. A federal government stands in greater need of the support of judicial institutions than any other, because it is naturally weak and exposed to formidable opposition. Authors note, federal laws are those which most require courts of justice, and those at the same time which have most rarely established them. The reason is that confederations have usually been formed by independent states, which entertained no real intention of obeying the central government, and which very readily ceded the right of command to the federal executive, and very prudently reserved the right of non-compliance to themselves. If it were always obliged to resort to violence in the first instance, it could not fulfill its task. The Union, therefore, required a national judiciary to enforce the obedience of the citizens to the laws and to repeal the attacks which might be directed against them. The question then remained as to what tribunals were to exercise these privileges. Were they to be entrusted to the courts of justice which were already organized in every state? Or was it necessary to create federal courts? It may be easily proved that the Union could not adapt the judicial power of the states to its wants. The separation of the judiciary from the administrative power of the state no doubt affects the security of every citizen and the liberty of all. But it is no less important to the existence of the nation that these several powers should have the same origin, should follow the same principles, and act in the same sphere. In a word, that they should be correlative and homogeneous. No one, I presume, ever suggested the advantage of trying offenses committed in France by a foreign court of justice in order to secure the impartiality of the judges. The Americans form one people in relation to their federal government. But in the bosom of this people, diverse political bodies have been allowed to subsist which are dependent on the national government in a few points, and independent in all the rest, which have all a distinct origin, maxims peculiar to themselves, and special means of carrying on their affairs. To entrust the execution of the laws of the Union to tribunals instituted by these political bodies would be to allow foreign judges to preside over the nation. Nay, more, not only is each state foreign to the Union at large, but it is in perpetual opposition to the common interests, since whatever authority the Union loses turns to the advantage of the states. Thus, to enforce the laws of the Union by means of the tribunals of the states would be to allow not only foreign, but partial judges to preside over the nation. But the number, still more than the mere character of the tribunals of the states, rendered them unfit for the service of the nation. When the federal constitution was formed, there were already 13 courts of justice in the United States which decided causes without appeal. That number is now increased to 24. To suppose that a state can subsist when its fundamental laws may be subjected to 4 and 20 different interpretations at the same time is to advance a proposition alike contrary to reason and to experience. The American legislators, therefore, agreed to create a federal judiciary power to apply the laws of the Union and to determine certain questions affecting general interests, which were carefully determined beforehand. The entire judicial power of the Union was centered in one tribunal, which was denominated the Supreme Court of the United States. But, to facilitate the expedition of business, inferior courts were appended to it, which were empowered to decide causes of small importance without appeal and with appeal causes of more magnitude. The members of the Supreme Court are named neither by the people nor the legislature, but by the President of the United States, acting with the advice of the Senate. In order to render them independent of the other authorities, their office was made inalienable, and it was determined that their salary, when once fixed, should not be altered by the legislature. Author's note: the Union was divided into districts, in each of which a resident federal judge was appointed, and the court in which he presided was termed a district court. Each of the judges of the Supreme Court annually visits a certain portion of the Republic in order to try the most important causes upon the spot. The court, presided over by this magistrate, is styled a circuit court. Lastly, all the most serious cases of litigation are brought before the Supreme Court, which holds a solemn session once a year, at which all the judges of the circuit courts must attend. The jury was introduced into the federal courts in the same manner and in the same cases as into the courts of the states. It will be observed that no analogy exists between the Supreme Court of the United States and the French Cour de Cassation, since the latter only hears appeals on questions of law. The Supreme Court decides upon the evidence of the fact as well as upon the law of the case, whereas the Cour de Cassation does not pronounce a decision of its own, but refers the cause to the arbitration of another tribunal. It was easy to proclaim the principle of a federal judiciary, but difficulties multiplied when the extent of its jurisdiction was to be determined. Means of determining the jurisdiction of the federal courts. As the Constitution of the United States recognized two distinct powers in the presence of each other, represented in a judicial point of view by two distinct classes of courts of justice, the utmost care which could be taken in defining their separate jurisdictions would have been insufficient to prevent frequent collisions between those tribunals. The question then arose to whom the right of deciding the competency of each court was to be referred. In nations which constitute a single body politic, when a question is debated between two courts relating to their mutual jurisdiction, a third tribunal is generally within reach to decide the difference. And this is effected without difficulty, because in these nations, the questions of judicial competency have no connection with the privileges of the national supremacy. But it was impossible to create an arbiter between a superior court of the Union and the superior court of a separate state, which would not belong to one of these two classes. It was therefore necessary to allow one of these courts to judge its own cause, and to take or to retain cognizance of the point which was contested. To grant this privilege to the different courts of the states would have been to destroy the sovereignty of the Union de facto after having established it de jure. For the interpretation of the Constitution would soon have restored that portion of independence to the states of which the terms of that act deprived them. The object of the creation of a federal tribunal was to prevent the courts of the states from deciding questions affecting the national interests in their own department, and so to form a uniform body of jurisprudence for the interpretation of the laws of the Union. This end would not have been accomplished if the courts of the several states had been competent to decide upon cases in their separate capacities, from which they were obliged to abstain as federal tribunals. The Supreme Court of the United States was therefore invested with the right of determining all questions of jurisdiction. Author's note: in order to diminish the number of these suits, it was decided that in a great many federal causes, the courts of the states should be empowered to decide conjointly with those of the Union, the losing party having then a right of appeal to the Supreme Court of the United States. The Supreme Court of Virginia contested the right of the Supreme Court of the United States to judge an appeal from its decisions, but unsuccessfully. This was a severe blow on the independence of the states, which was thus restricted not only by the laws, but by the interpretation of them. By one limit which was known, and by another which was dubious, by a rule which was certain, and a rule which was arbitrary. It is true the Constitution had laid down the precise limits of the federal supremacy, but whenever this supremacy is contested by one of the states, a federal tribunal decides the question. Nevertheless, the dangers with which the independence of the states was threatened by this mode of proceeding are less serious than they appeared to be. We shall see hereafter that in America the real strength of the country is vested in the provincial far more than in the federal government. The federal judges are conscious of the relative weakness of the power in whose name they act, and they are more inclined to abandon a right of jurisdiction in cases where it is justly their own than to assert a privilege to which they have no legal claim. Different cases of jurisdiction. After having appointed the means of fixing the competency of the federal courts, the legislators of the Union defined the cases which should come within their jurisdiction. It was established, on the one hand, that certain parties must always be brought before the federal courts, without any regard to the special nature of the cause, and, on the other, that certain causes must always be brought before the same courts, without any regard to the quality of the parties in the suit. These distinctions were therefore admitted to be the basis of the federal jurisdiction. Ambassadors are the representatives of nations in a state of amity with the Union, and whatever concerns these personages concerns in some degree the whole Union. When an ambassador is a party in a suit, that suit affects the welfare of the nation, and a federal tribunal is naturally called upon to decide it. The Union itself may be invoked in legal proceedings, and in this case it would be alike contrary to the customs of all nations, and to common sense to appeal to a tribunal representing any other sovereignty than its own. The federal courts, therefore, take cognizance of these affairs. When two parties belonging to two different states are engaged in a suit, the case cannot with propriety be brought before a court of either state. The surest expedient is to select a tribunal like that of the Union, which can excite the suspicions of neither party, and which offers the most natural as well as the most certain remedy. When the two parties are not private individuals, but states, an important political consideration is added to the same motive of equity. The quality of the parties in this case gives a national importance to all their disputes, and the most trifling litigation of the states may be said to involve the peace of the whole Union. Author's note: the Constitution also says that the federal courts shall decide controversies between a state and the citizens of another state. And here a most important question of a constitutional nature arose, which was whether the jurisdiction given by the Constitution in cases in which a state is a party extended to suits brought against a state as well as by it, or was exclusively confined to the latter. The question was most elaborately considered in the case of Chisholm versus Georgia, and was decided by the majority of the Supreme Court in the affirmative. The decision created general alarm among the states, and an amendment was proposed and ratified by which the power was entirely taken away, so far as it regards suits brought against a state. The nature of the cause frequently prescribes the rule of competency. Thus, all the questions which concern maritime commerce evidently fall under the cognizance of the federal tribunals, as, for instance, all cases of piracy. Almost all these questions are connected with the interpretation of the law of nations, and in this respect they essentially interest the Union in relation to foreign powers. Moreover, as the sea is not included within the limits of any peculiar jurisdiction, the national courts can only hear causes which originate in maritime affairs. The Constitution comprises under one head almost all the cases by which their very nature come within the limits of the federal courts. The rule which it lays down is simple, but pregnant with an entire system of ideas, and with a vast multitude of facts. It declares that the judicial power of the Supreme Court shall extend to all cases in law and equity arising under the laws of the United States. Two examples will put the intention of the legislator in the clearest light. The Constitution prohibits the states from making laws on the value and circulation of money. If, notwithstanding this prohibition, the state passes a law of this kind, with which the interested parties refuse to comply because it is contrary to the Constitution, the case must come before a federal court, because it arises under the laws of the United States.
Like right there? Like above my health, you mean? Oh, I went the wrong way. Oops. The pipe had a moon. Ah, okay, so this doesn't have durability. Yeah, it probably doesn't have durability in here. That would actually check out. I actually just got stuck. There we go. trust the fox mask, but he seems so friendly. Oh, you can't be serious. This feels so different from like a normal Silent Hill game. I think that might turn some people off, but I actually think it's a really cool change so far. fast. He put the jets on. Hopefully I get more than one Omamori slot. Because if not, this really might be like my actual in-game Omamori item. It's just so good. An increase to maximum stamina is just always good.
I'm gonna listen to something fun. I know on YouTube, so I might need to mute, but I want to listen to some music. What that music is, I don't know. Let's see. One second. I just watched a disturbing video. It's not disturbing in the way you're thinking. I was watching a video essay of man. I was watching a video essay about the movie Sinners. I was just kind of curious to get a new POV on it. Get some feedback and see what the person thought. But holy crap. It had over 1 million views. I don't know who I'm talking to, and if you care, I doubt you do. But anyway, it had over 1 million views. And he was just casually talking about Marxism and how it best communicates Marxism and the pros of that, and then also very casually, as if it's a good thing to. Well, I guess there's not anyone to. It's very weird. We're living in a scary time. Like 1 million likes on the post. It's like basically saying it's nice to see representation of voodoo and like basically witchcraft. And it was like, I know that's the point of the movie Sinners, but he very casually acted like it's very scary to think where we're at. If that's like widely like seen as a not just something evil, but as something good. The title of the movie is Sinners, but it's very concerning. But mostly I was concerned about the casual Marxism being constantly propagandized in it, and I wonder, is that what the... Oh, my gosh. Where are we at? We have history. We have history to look at. Anyway, back to a nice horror movie game to make me forget about the real situation we're in.
Well, I lost a lot of sanity doing that. Probably won't catch me doing a ton of that move. What happens when my stamina or my sanity just reaches 0? Do I just start spouting like 5G coronavirus theories and some shit like that? Like, what goes wrong? Weapon durability. You tell me to check it? I see. Did that just fix my sanity? Yes. I feel like I shouldn't be fighting every enemy that I come across.
Hello.
But I really kind of want to check what's down there. Even though I'm confident this is the right way to go. Maybe I'm wrong, let's see. That was definitely the right way to go, immediately into another shrine. cusp of a huge secret discovery. World first. She's gonna wake up once I get the key. So far, very good analyzer. Oh. I can't open this? Oh, there we go. I just had the prompt. Hello? I'd like to grab those scissors. Is there a reason I can't? Oh, I want the kudzu tea. Yep, we opened some Spider-Man Magic the Gathering collector boxes and did a box brawl. That video should be up like tomorrow with the next pack. I'm so confused because I feel like I just need those scissors so I can go use them upstairs, and then I can snowball. But I guess not. I can't do anything with the box. That's the problem. I can't rotate it. I can't do anything. I can only rotate out here, unless it's one of these. But I don't think it is. I feel like it's this. Oh, there we go. I really thought I was just gonna need the scissors. Cloudy rice. Increases max health. Just unlocking new parts of the map. I think the thing I need is out there, but man, this is kind of like a big area. New pipe. Papa's got a new pipe, baby. Let's go. Some kind of great big monster, it sounds like. Oh, I'm supposed to go up there. Or maybe I am supposed to go through that way. Let me see what's over here. Because I feel like with the way that house is positioned, I probably do have to go through the fields there. I doubt this wraps all the way around. It'll probably be blocked. No, it definitely wraps all the way around. Damn, that means I missed this area now. I got too busy exploring and... Oh no, this is wrong. It's over there. So she was already hearing voices before this happened.
作コンチの指受けの作コン神社を昔みたいに盛り上げるんだっていつも言ってたな
First one to find Sakuko's mailbox key, put it in the books. I'll post the guide on Fextra Life.
Oh, 相棒。リンコの家はそっちじゃない？
ぼんやりしてた
ここ、サクコの家の神社だよな。あんまり思い詰めるな。急いでリンコを探そう。
そうだな行こう
If I turn around, will there be a boss fight? I think I'm overcooking right now, but while I'm here, I might as well check. at Sankako's mailbox key. Is Sankako's house reachable right now? Is that it right there? I feel like, no, it's this, right? I'm pretty sure it's that one. I can't remember what Sankako looked like. This is close enough, I'm just gonna check real quick.
A stick bug! No, I gotta get this thing. They must not be allowed to pester here. Okay, I'll see ya. Excuse me, Ginger.
I can't get back. Okay. So Sakako's mailbox key is gonna be for later. Wait, first aid kits don't stack? Whatever. Yikes. No, stuck on the rock. Oh shit. Oh, didn't expect that. Really good lunge. Got me good. Oh boy. Okay, that's kind of cringe. That was very cheesy. Man, there's a first aid kit here. Unlucky. Well, might as well just pop this one. Steel pipe. Let's replace this nearly broken one. What was that? Okay. Found the key. Probably a boss fight. Oh shit. shoe, what window? Did I read that correctly? He said window, right? Oh. I don't see any windows. You have to get the key first. Ah, gotcha. Okay, so I do need to kill this guy. Okay, that is hurting my feelings.
Not paying attention at all. I missed a bit. I thought it was going to be a quick run to kill something, and then I... Alright, back to business.
Okay, that's kind of cringe. That was very cheesy. Man, the first aid kit here. Unlucky. Well, might as well just pop this one. Steel pipe. Let's replace this nearly broken one. What was that? Okay. Found the key. Probably a boss fight. Oh shit. That I didn't expect that. Head to the window. What window? Hey, shoe, what window? Did I read that correctly? He said window, right? Oh. I don't see any windows. You have to get the key first. Ah, gotcha. Okay, so I do need to kill this guy. Okay, that is hurting my feelings. Oh. Alright, that was a crazy combo. I'll pop it. I got him. Oh, he's not dead. He was faking. so much for the help, Shu.
シュウコさんに頼まれたんだ。何があってもお前を守れてな。
お姉ちゃんが
ずいぶん前の話さ。さあ行こうぜ。
行こう。
Yeah, I'm getting the feeling Shu's not real. There's something very off about Shu. I will say though, that would be really let down if they do go with like Shu's not real. It's too obvious. So hopefully that's not it. That's a lot of faith. Give me an Amori. Give me an Amamori. Decreases enemy line of sight. Kinda ass. Oh well. That's super sweet. Thanks, Jacob. Game's good. I'm liking it. The graphics for Kojima's game are actually nuts, like better than Death Stranding 2. Oh, I saw OD Knock. Unbelievable looking game. Yeah, Rapture started today. He said the 23rd and 24th. I don't know if I'm going to stay to play tomorrow or not. We'll see. Yeah, Bloodborne 2 getting announced would indicate the Rapture on its way. Oh, shoot. Taking a long, hard look at that water.
ここで遊んだのいつの頃だっけな。
懐かしいね。幼い頃この辺りで迷ってワンワン泣い
What's
て
the name of the loop? I'll check it out.
お前が泣くところ想像できないぜ。
ずいぶん長いこと泣いた記憶がない。
お前は
Yeah, I've been having fun with League though.
心に留め込む悪い癖があるからな。
Whoa! Incredible jump.
メダカやオタマジャクシ捕まえたっけ。難しい小さくな。反応で遊んで泥だらけになって怒られたことあったっけ。
こんな状況なのに懐かしい思い出ばかり思い出す。
今ではどれも懐かしいな。辛くなったらいつでも泣けよ。
Thanks, Shu.
俺が絶対に相談に乗ってやるからな。
You're like extremely unreliable though, you know that? You didn't help me fight the giant monster. Or even the two like normal mobs. He was just outside the window and did nothing.
潰したといいんだな。
Yeah, I know about the United Stanley stuff. Didn't I make a video on that? Thought I did. A while back. Damn, he's 100% gonna be fake. He is absolutely not real. Uh-oh. No map? Jinkies! My objective is to escape.
どうした？
It looped me! Okay. Avoid scary scarecrow, go to nice scarecrow. Take the thorn out of it. Easy enough. And there's that doll again. Which one of these is friendly? I feel like it's gotta be this one. This is the only one that's not like a demon monster. Even gave me a new weapon. Okay, so this is clearly not the right guy. It's one of these. When I pulled the thorn out. Not that one. Not that one. Could be that one. Okay, it's this one. was wrong. I thought it was this one because it's the only male. Which one is it though? Okay. It's just the smile. No, I think I was right the first time. I think it's this one. This is the only one smiling, I'm pretty sure. All the rest are frowning or neutral. It's okay, you don't have to be afraid anymore. This way. Oh, Jesus, Milky, thanks for the generosity. Good to see you again. And yeah, I'll probably replay Red Dead Redemption 2 for the gaming channel. Thanks for the huge drop. My friend, what's it like to have been deceived by you for so long? What kind of face is a deception face? I have not caught up on it yet, did you? Not yet. And the game's been really good, I'm enjoying it. Oh, maybe it's this one because she's got a sickle in the back, so she got deceived, stabbed in the back. Why did you activate? Nice, nailed it. True, could use an edge of glory to sharpen it. I don't think I've played Darkwood. Maybe I have. I can't remember. He never once looked at me the way he looked at you. Not once. I mean, this seems pretty obvious to be it. He's not looking at her. He's focused on her. I think it's this one. But do I go to the girl or do I go to him? Can you imagine how I feel when everyone's okay, the girl? Rushing this puzzle right now. Oh yeah, I heard about that taco. I'll talk about that later. And the game's been good. I'm liking it. Can you imagine my feeling? Bought such an eyesore. I'm guessing this one, because all of them are kind of like looking, or all of them looking everywhere but at her. Damn. Okay.
新しい武器を見つけなきゃ。
Need to find a new weapon. Oh, it's very damaged. This one I might actually fix. You've always been such an eyesore. I guess it could be him. I really thought it was her. Thanks for gifting Evergreen. Yeah, I'll be playing Ghost when it comes out. I think it's him. No, unlucky. Damn, I'm falling apart on this one. Oh, god damn it. I thought I had at least one more hit. Ah. Thanks for the privacy. You've always been such an eyesore. Maybe it means it more literally. I can't believe it's not her there. Oh, there's a... I had the right idea, I just didn't realize it went even further back. There's another person all the way over here. I was right the first time, I just assumed it was only these 5. Fuck. Oh wait, no, it's not her. I guess it could be her. Oh, wow. I guess it could be her and it's just different. Oh, she's still alive. Man. The only other thing I can think of is her because she has like damage around her eyes. Looks like there's another one way down here. I'm really running low on durability, so I can't afford to fuck up much longer. But I don't think it's her. I think I'm wrong. I think it's gotta be her. I cannot tell. Fuck, I can't tell. Wasn't her, wasn't him, wasn't the girl deeper over there. Just gotta send it. I'm gonna rip this one. It's a really hard frown. Maybe that means something. Yeah. I'm very surprised it's her. That doesn't feel like it matches the eyesore thing. Because people, like, the other 2 are literally looking at her. Also, I'm gonna fix my... Wait, where's... Can I not fix my sickle? Oh, no, it just fully vanishes, huh? I see. I thought I could fix it after it breaks. You hurt me, and even hurt him too. You know how it feels to force a smile when I'm staring at the disgusting face of yours? Just look at all the ones that are smiling. Not you. Not you. You. I think that's something like a smile, not you. Where did you even just come from? I really can't afford to waste more durability. It's her right there. The one with the sick winter back. Because if you hurt me and hurt him. Hey, Shu. Was just hanging out. You see at the Comic-Con you can pay money to talk to AI Stan Lee. Oh, I thought it was an old thing. Someone just mentioned that. I thought they were talking about the old Stan Lee that they brought back with like NFTs and shit. I think so. Mouse is raving about Cheeky on stream right now. Chad just asked collab Lynn. It's super sweet. She sent the nicest message about it a couple months back. Always up to collab. They've been swallowed up by Silent Hill. Open your eyes. How can be covered in the webs and shit? Oh, no, they broke it. It's not like a large river to cross. You can just walk across. pussy. No, that was just rude. That's not even gonna kill her. That just hurts. There's only like 4 steps. So I think I'm gonna change my prediction. So since we're getting messages with the doll that are clearly from like the future, well, the future, not the right way of putting it, but someone, like, it feels like this is somehow like her sending messages to her past self. It'd be really disappointing if it's some kind of like time loop thing here. So hopefully that's not the case. I'm hoping some kind of like, I don't know, fractured reality or something. That'd be a little better. Or I guess it could be even simpler. It could just be Junko. But I feel like it's definitely her. So my guess is it's some kind of like fractured reality where she's able to communicate back to us. Hey, Richard James. Uh-oh. Someone making a lot of commotion. Oh, an upgrade. Here's Arisa, Boogish. Oh, wait, I missed the, actually, I don't think it matters. Looks like we both got the same spot. Even still, just to be safe. There's a prime egg here on the Reset dungeon. Ship death weapon. Hey, we got the storage room key. Perfect, we can use multiple Omamori. I just need a little more faith.
In the House of Representatives, when the president is elected by that body. But these are exceptions, and the contrary principle is the rule. Within those limits, the Union is sovereign. When this point is established and admitted, the inference is easy. For if it be acknowledged that the United States constitute one and the same people within the bounds prescribed by their Constitution, it is impossible to refuse them the rights which belong to other nations. But it has been allowed from the origin of society that every nation has the right of deciding by its own courts those questions which concern the execution of its own laws. To this it is answered that the Union is in so singular a position that in relation to some matters it constitutes a people, and that in relation to all the rest it is a non-entity. But the inference to be drawn is that in the laws relating to these matters the Union possesses all the rights of absolute sovereignty. The difficulty is to know what these matters are, and when once it is resolved, and we have shown how it was resolved in speaking of the means of determining the jurisdiction of the federal courts, no further doubt can arise. For as soon as it is established that a suit is federal, that is to say, that it belongs to the share of sovereignty reserved by the Constitution of the Union, the natural consequence is that it should come within the jurisdiction of a federal court. Whenever the laws of the United States are attacked, or whenever they are resorted to in self-defense, the federal courts must be appealed to. Thus, the jurisdiction of the tribunals of the Union extends and narrows its limits exactly in the same ratio as the sovereignty of the Union augments or decreases. We have shown that the principal aim of the legislators of 1789 was to divide the sovereign authority into 2 parts. In the one, they placed the control of all the general interests of the Union. In the other, the control of the special interests of its component states. Their chief solicitude was to arm the federal government with sufficient power to enable it to resist, within its sphere, the encroachments of the several states. As for these communities, the principle of independence within certain limits of their own was adopted on their behalf, and they were concealed from the inspection and protected from the control of the central government. In speaking of the division of authority, I observed that this latter principle had not always been held sacred, since the states are prevented from passing certain laws which apparently belong to their own particular sphere of interest. When a state of the Union passes a law of this kind, the citizens who are injured by its execution can appeal to the federal courts. Thus, the jurisdiction of the federal courts extends not only to all the cases which arise under the laws of the Union, but also to those which arise under laws made by the several states in opposition to the Constitution. The states are prohibited from making ex post facto laws in criminal cases, and any person condemned by the virtue of a law of this kind can appeal to the judicial power of the Union. The states are likewise prohibited from making laws which may have a tendency to impair the obligations of contracts. Author's note: it is perfectly clear, says Mr. Story in Commentaries, that any law which enlarges, abridges, or in any manner changes the intention of the parties, resulting from the stipulations in the contract, necessarily impairs it. He gives in the same place a very long and careful definition of what is understood by a contract in federal jurisprudence. A grant made by the state to a private individual and accepted by him is a contract, and cannot be revoked by any future law. A charter granted by the state to a company is a contract, and equally binding to the state as to the grantee. The cause of the Constitution here referred to ensures therefore the existence of a great part of acquired rights, but not of all. Property may legally be held, though it may not have passed into the possessor's hands by means of a contract, and its possession is an acquired right, not guaranteed by the federal Constitution. If a citizen thinks that an obligation of this kind is impaired by a law passed by his state, he may refuse to obey it, and may appeal to the federal courts. Author's note: a remarkable instance of this is given by Mr. Story. Dartmouth College in New Hampshire has been founded by a charter granted to certain individuals before the American Revolution, and its trustees formed a corporation under this charter. The legislature of New Hampshire had, without the consent of this corporation, passed an act changing the organization of the original provincial charter of the college and transferring all the rights, privileges, and franchises from the old charter trustees to the new trustees appointed under the act. The constitutionality of the act was contested, and, after solemn arguments, it was deliberately held by the Supreme Court that the provincial charter was a contract within the meaning of the Constitution, Article 1, Section 10, and that the amendatory act was utterly void, as impairing the obligation of that charter. The college was deemed, like other colleges of private foundation, to be a private eleemosynary institution, endowed by its charter with the capacity to take property unconnected with the government. Its funds were bestowed upon the faith of the charter, and those funds consisted entirely of private donations. It is true that the uses were in some sense public, that is, for the general benefit, and not for the mere benefit of the corporators. But this did not make the corporation a public corporation. It was a private institution for general charity. It was not distinguishable in principle from a private donation vested in private trustees for public charity or for a particular purpose of beneficence. The state itself, if it had not bestowed funds upon a charity of the same nature, could not resume those funds. This provision appears to me to be the most serious attack upon the independence of the states. The rights awarded to the federal government for purposes of obvious national importance are definite and easily comprehensible, but those with which this last clause invests it are not either clearly appreciable or accurately defined. For there are vast numbers of political laws which influence the existence of obligations of contracts, which may thus furnish an easy pretext for the aggressions of the central authority. Procedure of the federal courts. I have shown what the privileges of the federal courts are, and it is no less important to point out the manner in which they are exercised. The irresistible authority of justice in countries in which the sovereignty is undivided is derived from the fact that the tribunals of those countries represent the entire nation at issue, with the individual against whom their decree is directed, and the idea of power is thus introduced to corroborate the idea of right. But this is not always the case in countries in which the sovereignty is divided. In them, the judicial power is more frequently opposed to a fraction of the nation than to an isolated individual, and its moral authority and physical strength are consequently diminished. In federal states, the power of the judge is naturally decreased, and that of the justiciable parties is augmented. The aim of the legislator in confederate states ought therefore to be to render the position of the courts of justice analogous to that which they occupy in countries where the sovereignty is undivided. In other words, his efforts ought constantly to tend to maintain the judicial power of the confederation as the representative of the nation, and the justiciable party as the representative of an individual interest. Every government, whatever may be its constitution, requires the means of constraining its subjects to discharge their obligations and of protecting its privileges from their assaults. As far as the direct action of the government on the community is concerned, the Constitution of the United States contrived, by a master stroke of policy, that the federal courts, acting in the name of the laws, should only take cognizance of parties in an individual capacity. For, as it had been declared that the Union consisted of one and the same people within the limits laid down by the Constitution, The inference was that the government created by this constitution and acting within these limits was invested with all the privileges of a national government, one of the principal of which is the right of transmitting its injunctions directly to the private citizen. When, for instance, the Union votes an impost, it does not apply to the states for the levying of it, but to every American citizen in proportion to his assessment. The Supreme Court, which is empowered to enforce the execution of this law of the Union, exerts its influence not upon a refractory state, but upon the private taxpayer. And, like the judicial power of other nations, it is opposed to the person of an individual. It is to be observed that the Union chose its own antagonist, and as that antagonist is feeble, he is naturally worsted. But the difficulty increases when the proceedings are not brought forward by, but against the Union. The Constitution recognizes the legislative power of the states, and a law so enacted may impair the privileges of the Union, in which case a collision is unavoidable between that body and the state which has passed the law, and it only remains to select the least dangerous remedy, which is very clearly deductible from the general principles I have before established. It may be conceived that...
Too stupid for this.
Oh wait, wrong way. It is. We are so close. Actually, wait, that's enough. Yeah, with that second item, it was enough. Perfect. We get another Omamori slot. Actually huge. Oh wait. Okay, we got max stamina. Slightly restores health upon picking up food items. Increase max health, pretty good. Decrease line of sight. Greatly decrease damage taken while dodging. Kind of like the idea of just the clam. Just make it so they can't find me as easily. Not that it matters. I'm not really stealthing. I think probably just less damage taken while dodging. Tough call, tough call. But this is pretty good too, since I'm basically just immediately dumping all of my food items for faith. Let's just do this. I think that's going to be the biggest benefit to me. Okay, that's closed off, which means I definitely missed something back in the storage room. There's nothing else there. Maybe not? Is it prime? OT. I find it hard to believe that there's just nothing worthwhile in here when I had to get a key for this place.
あそこ開いてたっけ？
This is the room that this warned me about going into. But I don't think I have a choice. Can't go in here, right? No, it's fully off. Don't trust him. Fine, I won't. Oh no. Oh, I'm out of stamina. That's on me. That's on me. I played a little too fast and loose. The fire's gone out. Who do you think the fox guy is? My guess is Shu. If I had to spitball, I would say that maybe the fractured reality thing is a little off. I think maybe Hinako and Shu, what we're seeing here is the past. So like Shu is the guy in the fox mask. He was obsessed with Hinako. And she's like able to send messages to this Hinako or some shit to try and warn her to protect her so she doesn't fall victim to the same shit that she did. I'm definitely the backflip. Gotta go put another stone key in there that Fox Mask guy has made for me. Oh, okay. Oh, that's sad. I got her stuck on the door here. Oh, made it out. I haven't used focus like at all, so that Omamori is useless. So does divine water count? Did I get any health back? No. Higashi though, this should give me some health back. It did. Yeah, I think this is gonna be good value. Thanks, I candy. Appreciate the kind words. Okay. Brew loader. It's every other year, Colin. I do the Souls Marathon. Oh, this is her family. Shimizu? Thanks for some Nico. Thanks, Jordan. The display cases behind me are called Manju cases. I'm coming, Sakugo. Yeah, I'm not getting as much value out of this Omamori as I thought I would. I'm just going to go with the simpler increase health one. Oh. You learning something over here? No. Ah, yes. Thought I could squeeze by. Okay, she's not letting up. I might just kill. Okay, I didn't get the dodge. Oh boy, I might be cooked. That still hit? Taking a ton of damage. this every time. I thought it was just Faith. Oh, I didn't even notice. Okay. Got it. Let's see. Still gonna juice this up. Oh, let me switch my memory as well. Forgot to do that a minute ago. Uh-oh. Unlucky. She stunned me. Up. Oh, how's that keep happening? I'm just trying to kill the trash mob. Here we go. How do you do the big focus strike? I thought it was just you hold focus and then right mount or right bumper. But it's not looking like that's the case. You going for it? Oh, okay, yeah. Am I supposed to do something to this? Doesn't seem like it. Oh! Okay, I'll just go to the door. Jesus Christ. My sanity! Wait, did I just go the wrong way? No, that's the right way. I did not see that, JJ. I can do another Omamori. Let's see. So I restore health after each successful counter. Not bad. Load me up here. I remember this from the trailers. first death. Oh, I missed the dodge. Oh, I got hit on both. Actually, terrible start. I'm out of stamina. This went south immediately. I'm not wasting anything on this. Okay. Out of stamina. I'll get over the band-aid. Scary. I was completely out of stamina. That was greedy.
何を言ってるかわからないよ。
I didn't get the number Sebastian. Or Soviet. Big. Didn't get hit by the bell attack. A message with a doll keeps telling me not to trust you. You seem kind of cool though. Why would it say that? What do you do that's kind of not trustworthy? Oh my god, he's waterbending. Well, we're not really heeding that warning at all, it seems. Oh, come on, really? Hinako, really? Man, she is really okay. Yeah, I don't know how many times we need to have the doll tell us that. We are just not actually giving it any amount of respect.
ドジだね。あんた階段から落ちたんだよ。
どうしたの？
あれ、引っ掛けて破いちゃったのかな。
特にあざはないみたいだな。痛むところはないか？
大丈夫。
really blocked. Oh, I just go through. I see. Back the way I came. Forgot about the window. Nope, that window's too high.
どこ行った？
How the fuck do I get back to Shu's house then? Is this open down here now? Oh yeah, looks like it.
猫こっちだ
Hello.
大丈夫か相棒化け物につけられてないか
問題ない。シュウ君っていつまでひな子のこと相棒って呼ぶの？相棒なんて呼び方、小学生の男子みたい。
相棒は相棒さ俺は相棒を女扱いしてない
そうだな。された覚えもない。
立ち話は終わりだ行くぞ
Oh, I thought there'd be big loot over here. Jim. This is Tsukako's shrine, right? That's Tsukako's house. And there's shoes. Wait, no. That's shoes. This is Tsukako. There's no reason to go up there. I already went up and got the mailbox key. Oh, no, this is no longer blocked off. It's open. Hey, you guys, I think you missed a bad guy. Another steel pipe. Oh, no, it's still blocked off. Oh. Oh, I'm out of stamina. Nice. Our capacity is increased. Monster designs usually represent something in the story / character. Any ideas so far? Not yet. I thought like the trypophobia type stuff was going to play like a role, but I haven't really seen anything like that in any of the notes yet. It's mainly just about like the sickness and the disease.
invested with all the privileges of a national government, one of the principal of which is the right of transmitting its injunctions directly to the private citizen. When, for instance, the Union votes an impost, it does not apply to the states for the levying of it, but to every American citizen in proportion to his assessment. The Supreme Court, which is empowered to enforce the execution of this law of the Union, exerts its influence not upon a refractory state, but upon the private taxpayer. And, like the judicial power of other nations, it is opposed to the person of an individual. It is to be observed that the Union chose its own antagonist, and as that antagonist is feeble, he is naturally worsted. But the difficulty increases when the proceedings are not brought forward by, but against the Union. The Constitution recognizes the legislative power of the states, and a law so enacted may impair the privileges of the Union, in which case a collision is unavoidable between that body and the state which has passed the law, and it only remains to select the least dangerous remedy, which is very clearly deductible from the general principles I have before established. It may be conceived that, in the case under consideration,
Yeah?
might have used the state before a federal court.
Sure. It's outside, eh? Alright. I thought I could get this done before evening activities, but... That's my cue, guys. I think I'll end the stream here just because I'll probably be preoccupied for a good bit. We almost finished the page. We were so close. Maybe I can squeeze it. I don't know. Alright, Johnny, matane. Ask me to say.